Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the show. Doing pixel art and making a game. That's what we do it every day. Every day. What's up, Odious? Welcome, welcome. So today, I'm going to be continuing work on the hideout. We're also going to be animating specifically the fireplace, finishing, polishing. And we're also going to break some pots. I'm going to create like 2 more type of pots. I just whipped this one out last night before I went to sleep. And put like, I don't know, 2, 3 more, and then we'll shatter them. And then we need to put like piles of books everywhere. I was working on this new rug yesterday, and also this like centerpiece over the weekend. It's like little garden in the middle. And I was working on it on the iPad. What's up, Tesla? I'm doing pretty good, man. Good to see you. And bringing it into A-Sprite on my desktop, the colors look a little bit different, a little bit desaturated, and like desaturated rug, saturated grass. So it's like I kind of have to, the grass is actually in a good spot. The rug needs a little bit more adjustments coming off that iPad. So I might embellish that a little bit more. And I also like made it bigger so that like when the character could actually like stand on it, so it made a little bit more sense. But yeah, I'm just trying to build up the home base. I would like to work on a window in the front as well, like a nicer window than these little arch ones, whatever, however you describe it. So yeah, we'll be working on the fireplace animation, just polishing putting the highlights on the rocks, and then breaking pots, and then just generally adding stuff to that. That's what we're doing today. Avocado. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Happy Monday. How was your stream? Hello. Yes. Hello to you. So we'll also be working on this animation, polishing the rest of the part where it turns into the archway. Then we have to add like the portal to it. So yeah, that's gonna happen. But I think to warm up here, I'm just going to kind of futz with the rug a little bit more. Also need to clean up these layers. They're out of control. It's good to be organized. Ceramics. Thank you. It was great. Your game looks cozy. Thank you. This is the hideout. This is your home base, your little tree house. And that's exactly the point. Hopefully it does look cozy and feels cozy in the end. Of course, you'll be looking at it like more like this as you walk around it. So you're just going to be seeing like little pieces of it, you know? You're not really going to be looking at the whole thing all at once. So yeah, like I want to change the saturate. We're going to change the saturation on the rug a little bit. We're going to mess with it. Doesn't quite look like it's in the environment yet, but that's just because of when you work on stuff on the iPad and then bring it onto the PC, it tends to be look a little different. And also it's harder to do anything on the iPad, like Resprite pixel art program I use. So I kind of save the heavy lifting for when I'm on the PC. I just mainly use it for the drawing part of it. Like I drew all these designs out yesterday. Just trying to give the rug a rug feel. And it's very like hand drawn, like very loose. So I don't know if I want to tighten that up or just kind of go with it. Enjoy your stream, Avo. Thank you so much for the raid. Guys, welcome in from Avo's. I hope you guys have a nice day. We're going to be doing pixel art today, mostly. I might do a little bit of coding. I still need to fade in the intro text, like the intro menu. I did pick a font that I preferred for the intro. But yeah, let's first things first. I'm going to start by getting organized. Step number 1. Get organized. Of course, right when I thought that, I just remembered I didn't check the washer to see if there was something I needed to put into the dryer. But we'll do that. I'll do that later on, like a bathroom break or something. If I remember, I'm trying to be organized. I'm a mess. Okay, we got refs. We got ceramics. We got Grandpa Guitar. I'm gonna change his name to Grumps. And then we got sketch reference. I think we can put that up in the ref. And I need to check some of these layers. What is Gantt? Gantt! Gantt's just hanging out. He's up on the side. We actually don't need Gantt. We do have tree reference here. That can go into the reference folder. Organization. Circle guide is ever useful. We can get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. You know, I was messing with putting like string lights up when I was initially thinking of like ideas to design. What's up, Karani? Ash, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I kind of like, I decided instead of doing like string lights, I wanted to do something more like low tech medieval. So that's why I went with like the candles and the fireplace. Here's the last chance to put up string lights. I think I'm gonna not do it. We'll just put more candles if we want. I should put that like kind of glow though. I like the look of that though. So let's put that look on the candles instead. Why are you in the bark folder? You should be with the windows. use this exact look. And honestly, I should be animating this. So perhaps I will at some point. Then we take that. We'll do a little duplication. Give it a little extra. Give it an orangey color. So I am going to get rid of these. You can portal, you can hang out in the fireplace folder, but you are never really necessary here. Panel highlights. That should go in the bark folder. We'll just call this walls. Better than bark. I'll keep it bark just so that I can stay in the know. So one thing I did also was with this wall patch, I added, before I had like really, I don't know how to describe it. Like the walls were following the grooves of the bark. And then I decided that I wanted to be a real like strict circle on the interior, but the exterior, I still wanted it to be kind of like the loose, like bark shape. So now I have like this, stiff, like more manufactured and pristine looking inside circle so that it feels more, just smoother, better. Let's see what else we got here. Bookcase. Ugh. So one thing that happens when I'm working on the iPad is I use this like live selector so that I can select layers. And then when I do that, I can just naturally move things. And so like, when I'm on a touch screen, stuff like this starts to happen where I'm like literally just moving stuff into mistakenly into wrong positions. So I need to keep an eye out and look for anything that I may have done that to. And then be more conscientious of it. So it's like the more I work on it on the iPad, the more likely that it is I destroy it in some small way. Like, what is this? Why is this like this? There we go. Is that right? I think that's it. Nope, that's not it. This does not look this thick. So I think that was just the shadow is off, maybe. What a mess. Seems like it should come in one. Then that's wrong. So I guess I had it thicker on the rim. I love when I go on the iPad, it always like, and I bring it back into A Sprite. They always give me this giant palette of like all the existing colors. I guess I picked a lot of colors. It's quite a lot of colors in here. Let's... I really need to turn the auto selector off, so I stopped doing that. But for now, we'll only turn it on explicitly when we need it. So we stopped doing that. We got bookcase. We got this wall patch and pillars could all probably come together. Wall strip. So you can put this in front of the park. Okay, this is all rug stuff. Told you I had a million layers. But it'll be really helpful to organize this stuff when it comes to cutting it. I do need to render out a version of it so that I can test it in game again. That was like an old pass on the rug. let's group this. I think we can get rid of all these layers. Yeah, this was kind of like an old extension of the rug, not the new kind of pristine cut that I did. So let's see, bring this back. Can delete this. We got wood floor. What are you? Wall extension. You're done. There's all wall panel stuff. Get rid of that. Wall panels. Just a big old circle. Get rid of that, actually. We don't need you. Grass, water, rocks, beachy. Is there anything in the beachy? Just the water? Okay. So we close the bark. What did I decide for this? This was like a wall patch. So if I take off that wall, rug's kind of covering it. You can see I only rendered the rug like where it's going to be seen. Like I didn't waste a lot of time. What's up, Mozart? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Because I've decided that it's just going to be like, there will be a wall you can walk behind. I was going to say crawl behind. You can crawl, walk, do the worm. I don't care. You can go behind this wall. And I figure I'll hide some like pots and maybe some hidden things back there. So it's like I'm intentionally making it so you can't see it. And then I'm going to put like a little window where you can see yourself down there. So it gives me a chance to kind of hide stuff in plain sight. But I do have to like create that image of the wall in the foreground. Create like an additional image for that. But let's see where we are with the rug. Now I want to mess with the rug a little bit. So you're a guide. You will go into the guides. So I think best way to probably mess with this is by creating, I don't know if I want to, what do I want to do? Create like a blend mode of some sort. Let's do like the green color. See if we can't mess with that. Am I using OpenGL? It is. It seems like it's leaning more on. Oh, we're on ads. We're on damn ads. Basically, I just need to dampen the color a little bit and kind of bring the saturation. Just basically have it enter the environment more. Are we back? Am I using OpenGL? So I'm using SDL2, and when you use that, it automatically decides what sort of technologies it can use. And there's parts of SDL that uses OpenGL, but it's not something I'm directly have my hand in. Titovsky, thank you for the Tito, thank you for the follow. So actually, while I was on my my laptop the other day over the weekend, I got a DirectX. What's it called? DirectX, the Windows Direct, 3D engine or whatever. They're like their graphics engine. I got some sort of error with it, and I couldn't, it was the first time I'd ever seen that error. And I think it had something to do with like going in and out of full screen. And I wasn't sure what it was. And it seemed to have like frozen the game. And it was like unresponsive. But I put a breakpoint in now so that if at least I did. Here, let's put the breakpoint on this too. Put it on my laptop version of the code, but we'll put it here as well, so that if I'm like ever working on the game, and for whatever reason, the error, I get the error for this main error. It'll like tell me. That way the error prints. And the breakpoint will fire, and that way I can hopefully like get a little bit more to the bottom of like these arbitrary like errors that happen. Virtual Hubs, how you doing? Welcome. So like I can't always predict like these errors, and I don't know if they're like intermittent or just like one-offs, because I was like being weird somehow, like clicking too much, or I don't know. But that DirectX like error that I got was like worrisome a little bit. I hate seeing errors that I can't replicate that happen out of nowhere, and I can't explain what transpired. So then I'm like, well, then there's like some mysterious error. So that's gonna be fun. Dealing with that. All right, so I added these two. So this is what it was. So it's like brighter here, and that's kind of how it looked coming off the iPad and then putting it into Windows. So it's a little bit off. So now I'm putting in like these overlay to kind of warm it and darken it a little bit to make it feel more part of the environment. And then I'm thinking perhaps, I don't know if I just want to leave that and then maybe do like on top of it, like an accent highlight, and doing like perhaps a addition layer. And this way we can give it kind of a little lighting. Damn. I thought these were like really consistent. Why is it doing that? Oh well. So just like sometimes these little accent lights can really like bring it together lighting wise, make it feel like it's part of the environment. And it also kind of gives like a nice bevel to the edge. But I'm not gonna do like a ton, just a little bit. So it's like literally just like a kiss of accent on the edge. And I'm going to see if I can't just use the same thing on the other side. Let's see. Can we just flip that? Badoom. So that way it feels like it's more part of the environment. It's darker because it's like a dimmer lighting. And then, oh yeah, we didn't add the... we need to add the candles to the other side as well. Auto select on, auto select off. It's candle lighting. Honestly, I could just bring those together. Who cares? Who even cares? Let's see. Little flippy flip. Design is very nice. Thank you. Thank you. I hope it's coming along. It's one of those things that at any given moment can suddenly change into something else. Like I'm still in that process, you know, of experimenting, trying to get it right. Okay, we got a nice little glow there. So we're starting to get a little bit more atmosphere. One thing that I didn't like, now that I've adjusted the rug, I feel like this, I don't know, this feels a little pale. So I think that this was another thing I drew on the iPad and I didn't really properly acclimate it. But now that it's like next to this rug, I kind of want to do something different. So I don't know if that just means darkening it and giving it more of a red, less of a purpley, pinkish. Just a little bit warmer. Not to be that warm though, because it's like I have to make everything kind of feel like part of the candlelight and stuff. So and I think one thing that's really important is not to like have like any one element like too saturated. There's a little construction box I made to try to like get the perspective on this thing decent. Delete that, don't need it. So let's add a little shadow. So this one doesn't need to be like a crazy shadow. It's got like the candles on the back side. And then we just got the fire, which I think is gonna create a little bit more of a shadow. I normally don't try to use blur very much, but for something like this, I think I could. Like I try to use it when there's specifically kind of like a glow to something, or like it just makes sense, but generally trying to like blend colors, it makes it way less pixel arty. Pixel artish. So I just use it very seldomly. Okay. There's also this red stroke. Should no longer be a red stroke on the rug. With these color adjusts, let's take those off for a second. We got to replace that with something else. Saturated. Take this color, saturate it, darken it. And we can push it a little bit red, but like that'll help blend with the wood floor a little bit, but I don't think we need to go super red with it like it was. So it was this, change it to this. Something that matches more the color, the outer color of the rug. It used to be red, that's why it was a red stroke. Maybe a little darker. It can still match like the relative strength. It doesn't have to be, it can be a little softer though. Cause like the more softer I kind of make things, the more it's gonna feel like it's in like candlelight and stuff like that. Fire, the nice fire. That's the other thing too. I forgot. We gotta add a little shadow as well. So I'm gonna create another multiply layer. I need to make sure that my shadows are consistent if I'm using like this kind of multiply approach, because some of my shadows might look a little different. Just give a little dimensionality here. You don't have to be super strict about it, but it'd just be good to be a little strict with it. I did 18% there. And this one, I did 18% there. I guess I'm just gonna kind of feel it out. Kind of whatever makes sense. This highlight, I feel like kind of want to see more of a yellow. What's up, professional wanker? How you doing, man? It's been a while. Any major progress? You proud to share? Yeah, for sure. What's up, Zaba? Of course, I wait to say hello during the ads. We back. So yeah, just making progress on building the hideout here. Just adding more elements and trying to make it feel more homely, more pristine. And yeah, so just kind of working on some lighting and coloring issues. I think it's pretty tightened up. One thing I want to add is like piles of books around, but I'm going to start with the pots, and then there'll also be the books. And I have some space, I think, for some, at least here on the sides, for like picture frames, which are going to be at like kind of a weird angle. So I don't know like how much we'll be able to see them. But the garden, I think I could desaturate slightly. I think it's a bit too powered right now. Too powered. Just take the edge off there. I'm going to hint at that green to the rug. The floor pattern looks like it must have been a headache. Without repetition, it still looks super cohesive and like it's the same pattern. Nice. Thanks. Yeah, it was a bit of a doing, but it wasn't too bad. The rug definitely was like a lot of hand-drawn stuff, you know. But it's like detail that I don't think you'd ever really focus in on. It's just hopefully enough to kind of give like a rug vibe. My only concern right now is it might be too big of detail, but we'll see. We'll just see in time if I need to do something more to it. And I'm thinking, kind of thinking, The edge of the wallpaper might need a line. So let's see. I'm wanting to kind of flatten the wall a little bit. Which honestly I think would be kind of tricky. But it's bringing this bark layer. Can I bring this behind everything? The platform, the rug, the wood floor. I should be able to. Oh, except for the wall in front, of course. Right. So what's going to be tricky about it is separating out those two elements. So there's like a wall in front, but then like a lot of these elements in the back. Let me see. It doesn't have to be seamless on the sides. I wish I could mask. The only way to really do it is to like, I could create two copies and then this. Frankly, I could probably just flatten this group. And then delete. Oh, you want to play it that way, do ya? I see what you're doing. Okay, fine. We're gonna get brave. We're gonna start bringing stuff together. That way I have a little more control over some things. And then here, I can, let's see. Here I can remove some of this stuff. What the hell is that? You've revealed yourself, sir. Might be some other stray details like that. Looks good. You've been dealing with async code for performance. It's a pain in the butt. Ooh, yeah, async. For sure. Sorry you had ads. You missed most of it. Sorry about that. Yeah, I noticed. When I saw the ads were playing, I stopped talking. Definitely sells it as a rug. Very good, very good. I guess the center is grass. Looks more like a swamp puddle with the circular stone in the center. Oh, that's nice of you. You son of a bitch. Looks like a swamp, eh? I hope the ad proper masking someday. I know that would be convenient for sure. Yeah, not quite a swamp. The color is still a bit... Like, I took the outside grass, and then I darkened it a little bit. But I think what is probably going to confuse you a little bit, Pro, is the circular nature of it. But, you know, of course, swamp water looks like little edges of grass on the edge, you know, every time. I don't think I've ever been to a swamp that isn't somehow magically looking like the edge of grass. If you look at it for more than 10 seconds, you might be able to differentiate it from a swamp. But thank you for your critiques. Highly valued. Let's see. Bomb, 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 bomb. I don't mean to be an asshole. I'm just joking around. You do have to be careful, like, where you take your critiques, though, because if you just listen to people in chat, it's like, I don't know what your actual, like, art is and what you do for a living, like, what you actually know about, like, whether or not you actually know what you're talking about. So it's kind of like, I just joke at it because it's just hard, you know. It's hard to get, like, the proper feedback that you know is coming from a good source. It helps if you hear the same critique a lot. That gives it a little bit more, like, potential credibility, but it's like one-off comments don't necessarily always help. That's one of the struggles. You got to figure out what do you take on board and what do you realize is, like, you know, because if you're not careful, you'll never be done. You'll always be, you know, making changes for people. I'm nervous about this, so I'm just going to make a backup copy of it, and then I'm going to do a nice big old fat delete. But this will be this will be good, because then I don't have to do this again in the future. All right, that's the backups. Let's do BK for backup. I'm gonna save as 23. Oops, that's a 2, not a 3. Oh yeah, yeah. And we go, and we go. No more negative feedback. Sorry, it isn't negative necessarily. I don't mean to dog on you. That's why I'm apologizing, because I'm being unnecessarily defensive. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, like, be live working on something, creating something that's, like, in progress. That's one of the problems with streaming, is you will be getting live feedback on things that you're still making decisions on. And so it can kind of muddy your process a little bit. And so, like, my defensive posture is to try to stay true to, like, my vision, see it through before I'm just, like, succumbing to people's whims. Does that make sense? You know, I got to find my own footing. And, you know, since we're talking about it, like I will give some of my thoughts about like where my head's at with the centerpiece. So initially I thought I wanted to experiment and see if it'd be nice to have a little garden in there. And so initially I had to like do the grass as kind of like a base, because that's a baseline. And I'm using the similar style that I do out here, where I'm doing like a little bit of like these hints of motion or hints of like little grass blades. And then I'll have like these kind of like bigger, almost like weed-like leaf things every now and then. And it's all to hint at texture, but it's also the look that I try to do to create a lot of visual rest. Because initially I had like a lot of excessive detail in how I did the grass, and it almost looked like camouflage. And I decided I want something that has more visual rest. It's more like zen and more relaxing when you have just like a giant block of color and you're able to just like tune out like all of this color. You just register green and you're like, okay, cool. That's the grass, you know? And then I was thinking, I'm trying to like come up with ways to fill this, the hideout, and make it feel like a nice comfy home. But like, again, you're like looking at it about this size on the screen, more actually a little bit more cut off, but I can't get the exact, you know, ratio here. But like, just imagine 16 by 9. And so like, you're going to like teleport into this, into the hideout at the center point here on the platform. And so this is kind of where you start. So I was like, maybe I can do like a little bit of a garden, and then perhaps like add a little bit more like plants and stuff, like flowers and other types of plants. But for now, I just started with a baseline. Like I just added this like a day ago. And you know what's going to make it not feel like a swamp instantly is when you're like walking over it. You're not going to sink into it. It's not going to feel like that. But also maybe adding like the other flowers and stuff, which is originally kind of what I was thinking, just haven't done it yet. But the other thing that I was possibly considering, instead of the grass, or maybe a little bit of grass in the cracks, but doing kind of like an extended stone look around this area as well. And then I also had the other thought of like making this like a rug. And so like, I'm not sure what to do with this. The grass was like just the first feel for it, which I thought was kind of interesting, like an interior garden, especially since it's like the hideout for the tree. It kind of makes sense that there'd be some sort of like nature inside, but it's all just a work in progress. So it's like it could go any of those directions. It could go the stone route, it could go the rug route, it could go this route, and then I could flesh it out with the final touches, which is like adding the kind of wild flowers and just like random plants and stuff. I was thinking like the forest, kind of like a forest look from Princess Mononoke. You know how like that forest looks pretty like wild and crazy. And so I'd like have like maybe like adding that additional stuff. But again, it's for now, I'm okay with it as just kind of something basic, as I'm like more looking for the vibe at this point and trying to decipher the vibe. But I'm still feeling a little bit of conflict between the green on the rug and green in the grass. But I need to keep the grass cohesive with that. So it's really the rug that needs to come together with the grass. That makes more sense. So I had this, and that kind of brightens it too much. So there's a method to my madness. More or less. It's just like all like a work in progress in that I'm just still experimenting. And this is literally a detail I added like a day ago. And so I'm like fending off like your critiques because I'm like, you know what? It hasn't sat with me long enough for me to just like open up to like criticism on it yet. Because I'm not even finished with it. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, so anyways, that's the whole psychology of why I'm being an asshole. Now you know. Now you understand. Well, maybe not understand. I don't know that about you, but at least you have all the information. So yeah. Let me see. But I'm not going to work on that. Certainly not reactively. I'm going to work on the other stuff that I'm focused on. So let's start working on the fireplace. So I got to add like all these kind of highlights on the rocks to the rest of the stones. So we're gonna do that. Let's see, the mortar. We'll add it on another layer here, just to make it easy, less destructive. Starting here. So we got to create the final touches, final render touches to this animation. So we're going to be adding like highlights and stuff, maybe a little bit of shadow stuff, and then we got to add like the portal animation. And after that, we'll do ceramic vases breaking. And I also got to make like a few more ceramic things. That's fair, dude. You good? Honestly, I'm grateful to you guys for being like so engaged with what I'm doing that you want to be offering your thoughts about it. So at least it's like interesting enough to you that you're like wanting to take part in it. And for that, I am grateful. But I do have a way of doing things. Let's see. It's actually one of the things that I think scared me most about getting into game dev was that you're taking on so many different skill sets to accomplish game. I mean, there's just no doubt that it's like a lot of different disciplines, and to do any one of those disciplines well, why is that not showing up? Okay, we got to put this up top. Actually, let's save a new version here, just to be safe. And like, I know for a fact that gamers are can be highly negative and trolly, competitive, like really toxic at times. And so it's like when you make games, you're subjecting yourself to not only positive and good criticism, but also trolly, bad, toxic criticism as well, in like droves, you know? So you have to be like ready for that. And I think streaming on Twitch helps helps me thicken my skin when it comes to that stuff. But I eventually just decided that like, I want to do this, and no matter what, there's always going to be criticism, always. And there's really no avoiding it. People will always think, oh, there could be more, or you could do things like 10% better, you know, like there's always going to be something, no matter what, no matter like how much love you put into it. You could put like $100 million into it and hire the top people and do everything, and there'll still be some like 12-year-old that's like, yeah, it could have like a few more pixels, you know. It's just like so you have to stay true to a vision and try to flesh out your vision as hard as you can. And there's only the lucky few who are so masterful at what they do that people just like shut up and be like, this is just amazing, I have nothing to say about it. But even then, eventually they'll get sick of it and start to criticize. And I'm just like, it's actually this weekend that I was like trying to onboard, you know, integrate some vague criticism that I was like, you know what? Instead of like letting criticism in too early, I'm gonna wait till I feel like I've fleshed something out to like solid ground. When I feel like I've actually finished hitting my vision to what it is, it's better than to try to appease the, you know, everyone's subjective opinion. Because otherwise, you're not making something that's coming from you. You're just like being dragged around by criticism from here to there to here to there, never really being yourself. You lose yourself. So like navigating all of that is part of my journey, trying to figure that stuff out. So I think like my reaction to you too is like not specifically what you guys were saying about it too, which I'm already like tuning it out. Like I need to like do my own thing and flesh it out. But like there will be a time for criticism when I'm like very much open to it and listening for it. But it was a reaction to like other criticism that I was receiving for something completely different. And my reaction to that. So it was a little projection there. It's hard, man. It's hard making a game. Just gotta follow through. Put it all aside. Keep going. 12-year-olds are brutal. I know they're... The thing is too, it's like on the internet, you don't know if you're like reading a comment or opinion by someone who's like in their 50s, in their 30s, or 12. Like they're literally all together, and it's like what you're like getting enraged about on the internet could be over like something literally an 8-year-old on their like iPad playing Roblox, and suddenly they found themselves on like a YouTube video and they're just like, you know, like it's just, you need to be very conscientious of where you're taking criticism from. And like, you know, because you never know, like you could be dealing with like a Mean Girls situation. You know how like you'll hear about like how women will like be like, they'll say like I have like a really vague answer for, like, or vague example from this. I just remember seeing something on TikTok about this, how like there'll be like a woman who like puts on maybe an outfit or something like that. She looks horrible in it. Or maybe she like cuts her hair a certain way. She looks horrible. And then she goes to her friends. She's like, how do I look? And if her friends hate her, they'll be like, you look great. Because they want to sabotage her. Take her off the, you know, competition. Take her out of the running by sabotaging her, by like blowing smoke up her ass. And I'm like, this could be happening to everybody. Just depends on how Machiavellian people are. So you have to like really, I think like you shouldn't be taking criticism from people that aren't capable of noting what's good about what you're doing. If they can't see, if they can only see negatives, or if they only point out negatives and they never say, well, this is good, this is strong, this could be better, because like that shows that they have the ability to acknowledge what's good and not just acknowledge what's bad. If you're just around people that all they do is like look for the negative in everything, they'll never be satisfied. That you shouldn't be chasing after those people's approval. Because it's a fool's errand. Don't waste my time. So that's one thing I look for. But most importantly, I try to only take criticism from people that I feel are qualified, who are like really good at what they do. They've proven to me that they have good taste, and like it's like a solid place to be taking advice from. You know? And sometimes listening to what 12-year-olds have to say is good. Because like they can be very reactive, very honest. And if you're trying to make something that 12-year-olds would play, then that obviously that feedback's really vital. The rock on the left should have 2 more pixels or the game is trash. Literally unplayable. That's exactly it. Like even if they just hate you for some reason outside of like the game being good or bad, they could just be like, you know, trying to like drag you down no matter what. They will say it is too good. You need to ramp down your style. You need to make it worse. Honestly, I think there is like feasible it's too good advice out there. Like for instance, if something's too polished, sometimes when things are too polished, too rendered, too hyper detailed, it can start to feel like soulless in a way, you know, like hyper like photorealism and stuff like that. Sometimes you want a little bit of imperfection. That's why I think indie games do so well, or can do so well. Because they show that like that soul. You know what it makes me think of too, randomly, is like Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam. You guys know Pearl Jam, like how Eddie Vedder, when he sings, it's like you can understand like every 5th word that he says. He's just like, I'm gonna send a honey here, the thing, and the doing the stuff and blah blah blah. Like you just can't like understand what he says a lot of the time, unless you actually know the lyrics. And I think that's one of his like most common meme-ish sort of criticisms. But you know, Pearl Jam has been through their entire career one of the most successful bands, especially in grunge, like insanely successful. So it's like literally you get so big to the point where you're just gonna eventually annoy somebody. Like you're not really big until they hate you, basically. Was it like Betty Davis or some like female actress? Like you haven't made it till you've become a monster or something like that. I don't know. It's like something like that. Betty Davis. No, it's some like actress. Yeah, it is Betty Davis. In this business, until you're known as a monster, you're not a star. That's, you know, as Metallica says, sad but true. Look at Satisfactory. They made dev streams every week while in early access. Listened to feedback all the time and improved a lot the game without adding popular requests like base defense mechanics or other stuff, because that wasn't the vision of the game. Well, yeah, because I mean, like, you know, sometimes people are going to want things that are like different scope, but I would think from a game dev perspective, you want to polish what you have and make what you have work, you know? So that's like I think that's a solid approach for sure. And there will be a point when I'm like very open to criticism and like looking for feedback, but not until I've like exercised my own initial vision. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you could be like harping on something and working on something that in the end you didn't even want it there anyways, you know? You might end up taking it out or just kind of whatever it is. And stuff is so like contextually enforced, you know? So it's like sometimes something might not look right out of context, but then once it's like in context or it's all together, it makes sense. So again, it's just like, it's hard. You gotta like, I think there's just a time when you're ready to be like, well, this is the whole concept. But yeah, like, I got like a little bit of feedback on a song that I was working on for the game. And I had shared it with someone that it was like, this is like over the weekend, with the song wasn't mixed and it was super rough. And yeah, like I realized that I had like shown the material too soon, because like as I was like mixing it and working on it further, like polishing it, I realized that the way that I was working on it was based on like the feedback that I'd gotten a little bit, but it wasn't productive. It wasn't good. And so now it's like made me like less receptive and like not wanting to hear stuff until I've basically like given it my full polish, my full thing, you know? Like you don't want to let that feedback in too early, especially when it's not like a reliable source, basically. Like, for instance, if you're showing like a song to a seasoned musician, they would be able to like know where you're going to go with it, kind of a thing. But you share it with someone who isn't, then it's like their feedback is going to be vague and not really helpful. And it's like, you can't be reactive to that sort of stuff. You know, it's like if someone gives you criticism about something, you almost want to return and be like, well, what do you like about this? Or my favorite question, which is, so, like specifically, like if it's about like a song, you're like, well, what makes a song sound good? Ask them that question. Or like, what makes grass look like grass and not a swamp? You know, you ask that question. Like, you just be like, do you guys specifically understand like why, you know, you think what you think? But I'm not asking that question. I'm not trying to like go into it, because I honestly like have straight up ignored like the way you guys kind of got into it. I'm like not looking at that until I've like totally fleshed out my idea, because I don't want to be influenced. I just don't. Oh, that changed color. Why did that change? Okay. I changed that to this. Anyways, I'm belaboring the point. I'm just prattling on at this point. Processing my emotions in real time. Endgame, it's some of the hardest game out there. Not because it's hard, because it's hard to do it right. Yeah, I agree. Zaba, thanks for hanging, man. No, you're all good. I was already in a mood that had nothing to do with you guys. I was already in a mood. And I do look forward to like your feedback in the future when I'm ready. When I'm ready. When I'm spaghetti. I remember when I was a much younger artist, and all I ever did was like sketch. You know, it's like back then it was all traditional. And if I was working on something and someone came and like looked over my shoulder because they were curious what I was doing, I would always be like, get away from me. You know, like I just couldn't have people looking over my shoulder, because it was like a work in progress, and I didn't want that social element in my work. Because as an empath, I'm like too influenced by it, you know? Which is really annoying. But as I've gotten used to streaming and being in this environment, I'm definitely more used to it. And at this point, I just kind of like see it and I'm able to kind of swat it away, but not always. Like I still might have to process it, even if I don't agree with it. I'm like, Online with your creative processes can be difficult, for sure. No doubt. It's a challenge. Boom, 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 boom.
Come on.
Rain, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Looks good. Thank you, Premium. Appreciate it. Doing the old polish to fireplace stone here. Not even fully sure like what I'm gonna do for the portal. Just gonna kind of experiment. See what happens. But I'm thinking it will be green. Because it's gonna be like earth magic based, I guess. Nature. I keep going to earth still. I've changed it to nature magic. So we got nature, fire, frost, shadow. So like fire and frost is like red and blue respectively. Shadow is purple and nature is green. What's the premise of the game? Always wanted to conceptualize your own game. The premise is you are a wood elf named Gant, and you're out on patrol in the Green Ridge Core Forest, and see a bunch of orcs coming in, and you can overhear them making plans to harvest and chop down like the forest, you know, harvest the forest for all of its riches and goods. And so you when they discover you, they come after you, they attack you, and it's your sworn duty to protect the forest. That's the whole point of you patrolling. And in the process of trying to fight them, you take an arrow by one of their well, it's just a normal archer, but like with a cursed arrow, a shadow arrow, cursed with shadow magic. And Marion, you're the druid that's with you, can't heal you, can't heal shadow magic. Not the curse. And so you're dying. You're dead. And you guys need to protect the forest. So Gant proposes to Marion, you know, let's create a barrier. But it costs a soul to make one. And at first she's like, doesn't want to do it. But she reluctantly agrees, and oops. She binds your soul to a tree, and thus turning that tree into the source of a barrier that then surrounds the entire forest and protects it. And so your soul is infused with this tree, and this tree already has a spirit in it. And so it's you are now hanging with this spirit, and you basically join forces and become like a sentient tree, which is the tower that is protecting the entire forest. So now it's a tower defense game, and you need to use like different spell cards to build up like, and like you earn more cards as you play. And you're just, orcs are trying to come up and destroy the tree so they can take the barrier down, and you're just trying to kill them. Deep and rich lore. When I hear spell cards, I instantly think of Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, it's a deck builder, so I mean that's totally fine. I mean it's specifically a deck builder. I mean, I think in Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh's deck builder, right? Like deck, you just have your deck, like in Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! In this one, it's like you start out with like 5 or 6 cards, and then as you play through like a run, and it's going to be a roguelike sort of thing, you have to like beat like, let's say around 8 stages to then earn a card. And so as you're playing through the 8 stages, between each stage, you go to a deck shop and you're buying more cards through the run, building your deck up from like 6 to 60. So yeah, it's a deck builder meets tower defense. Thanks, Premium. I never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Or, I mean, I saw when the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cartoon was on, like when I was a kid, but I never really watched it. So I never really understood it much, but I think I had some Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. But I never like understood the game or anything. So I can't really say one way or the other. Other than I don't remember it being a deck builder, just a card playing game. Pegasus deck. Is that good? I don't even know that they had like mythical beasts. I kind of thought, oh, you know what? I'm like just confused it with like, I think, was it Digimon or something? Or was like Yu-Gi-Oh! Partially like, it was a digital, he's somehow like in a digital world or something like that. Hold on. I gotta look up the synopsis for Yu-Gi-Oh! Real quick. We just get to the bottom of this right now. Yu-Gi-Oh! Story revolves around Yu-Gi-Oh! Metal, a boy who solves an ancient Egyptian puzzle, the Millennium Puzzle, which awakens a powerful spirit within him. This spirit, Yami Yugi, uses his exceptional gaming skills, particularly in the Duel Monsters card game, to battle opponents in shadow games and protect Yugi and his friends. So it's definitely just a cartoon entirely curated to sell cards to kids. It's Maximilian Pegasus. He was an archaeologist and had a tune World deck. And it worked. I know I even bought like a Yu-Gi-Oh deck at one point, but like I didn't even watch the cartoon. I just thought for some reason the cards look good, but you know, one little starter pack deck ain't shit, so I was more into like Marvel and DC. You'd more likely find me at like the comic book store getting issues, or like Wizard magazine, stuff like that. More my speed, because I would study the art. I just loved seeing the artistry. That's the only thing that would ever attract me to like the card games when I was younger. If it had cool art, then I was like, ooh, that's cool. Oh yeah. All right. Comics are pretty cool too. I like to think so. It's all relative. I never imagined I'd be making a deck builder ever. So it's kind of fun to like venture forth into a realm that I'm not super intimate with. But I think after this game, my subsequent games are going to be more like my bread and butter, which is like roguelike dungeon crawlers and stuff, more action based, story based. But this one I'm giving it like, I'm trying to give it a bit of a story, you know? I'm trying to practice a little bit of storytelling, but I'm not going to like force it on people. So like if you're the type that doesn't like to read dialogue or get into like the lore, you don't have to at all. You can completely skip it. So yeah, let me show you the home base, because this is what's not in the trailer. So this is like the hideout that I'm still like in the process of piecing together. And here's where you see like the tree spirit. I don't have a name for him yet, but I'm calling him Grumps or Grandpa Guitar. And here's like the grimoire. That's like the source of all your cards, all your magic. And as you like, you know, the more you beat the game, the more cards you unlock. And then you've got like, you know, your library. There's going to be like piles of books everywhere. There's going to be a little divination crystal ball here that you can use to talk to Riyin, the druid, who still walks in the land of the living. And then one thing we're going to work on today is ceramic pots. I need to make a few more, and then we need to animate breaking them. You just run through them and they'll break. Because I want to, whenever you like lose the game, you're going to return. You start the game here, but you also like when you're lose it, you return here, and you'll be able to just run around and like break a bunch of pots in frustration. And then you can go and like put together a different starter deck, go through the fireplace portal into the Chamber of Seasons and pick your like run and go do a run. So that's the part that's like not in the trailer at all, because I am still building it. It's not, don't have it yet really. Trying to get there. Oh, I'm trying to get there. Little by little I am. It's a lot of work between like all the art, all the coding, all the subjective decision making. It's really tough. Here we are, it's July 1st. It's like part of me hates to see another month start because I wish I was like further ahead. I didn't recently get sick, but it's okay. We just do what we can do, and we keep at it.
Come on.
Hyphus, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I'm just always working on game. Gotta hop out. Best of luck. Thank you. Thanks for hanging. Peyton Rock highlights. Getting it done. Nami, what's going on? No, I'm making my own engine from scratch. I'm not using any game engine. Like a madman. Regex, what's going on? Hello. Kind of expected that. Unreal wouldn't be my first choice for such projects either. Yeah, I don't think Unreal would be the best for anything that's non 3D, but I don't know. They could probably handle like a 2D game, but thank you. So it's some kind of OpenGL or Vulkan thing. It's SDL2. It's an SDL thing. So I guess I'd make it more OpenGL than anything. Are those upgrade levels of your environment? This is the so there's a fireplace in your home base, and it turns into a portal that takes you to like the actual game. And then so I still have to do like the portal animation in there. So I'm just still working on the turning the fireplace into a portal. I'm working here. What's up, Snuggy? I am. What's going on? Hello. How long have you been working with C++? It's been a couple of years now. Like 3 years. Music in the background is... I feel like it's fell into a random mix. There's a little bit of Final Fantasy stuff. I started by listening to Spirited Away, and then it turned into its own mix of random stuff, and I keep hearing a lot of Final Fantasy. I'm not sad about it. How long have I been making this game? It's been 1.5 years. And I've learned a thing or two about how I have a tendency to redo things. And that kept me in... If I had like stuck to my guns on some of these ideas, I feel like I'd already have a demo out. And that like... just is the way it is, you know? My process is very iterative and slow. But yeah, it's a lot of love been put into this game. It's been a journey. You hope to make games one day as you've started learning C++ since the summer began? Nice. Well, for me, it wasn't my first language. You know, I've worked as a coder for 20 years, and so it wasn't too bad getting into it. But yeah, like, I would say something that I've learned that you should definitely, you know, like some hard-earned wisdom, I would say, is when you are first starting your game, you should initially focus not on the visuals as much as you should try to focus on putting out or getting together a demo of just gray box, ugly, functional, just get the basic system going. And the gray boxing can have like some blocking effectiveness to it, you know, like kind of tell you how big the art needs to be and stuff like that. It can start solving some of the problems, but you should focus on the functionality first and put the game together in some basic form, and then just play that basic game and see if the game feels like it's worth investing months and months and possibly years into the project. If it's going to be like a, you know, slightly larger game, before you invest a lot of time making a lot of art and stuff like that. Like, that's been my problem, is I didn't make like, I'm not even to a demo yet. I kind of broke the rule and just been trying to develop as a pixel artist through this process. So I've been allowing myself to experiment and throw away stuff and start over, just because I'm trying to grow as an artist, and it's worked for that. But in terms of like really extending the production time on the game, it hasn't helped that at all. It's made it a long process. And I wish that I would have like made a gray box demo from the beginning. But then again, like, if I had done that from the beginning, my game wouldn't have evolved into what it is, because I don't think I would have been able to come to the conclusions that I came to, you know? What's up, man? So just demo out, gray box, make some ugly piece of shit, but make the functionality fun and efficient, and focus on that first. That's the highest priority, is putting kind of like a macro version of the game together, and like a very, like the bare bones, what's the functionality of the game? Like, you open it up, you play through, you get game over, and then you restart. Like, that should be the first thing that you do. And then from there be like, yeah, this is fun. I'll invest 2 years of my life into developing this. And it might take you like 6 months to put together a basic demo structure or something like that, or maybe even longer. But that should be your first goal. My goal was like the opposite. I was like, how do I make this game pretty first and foremost? And then I slowly kind of like backwards started working out some of the functionality. And now I'm like trying to finally, after a year and a half, get to that point of like demoing. That's a mistake. But like, in terms of progressing me as a visual artist, as a game designer, from like the aesthetic point of view, it's given me a lot of chance to evolve. And I've needed a lot of evolution. I'm still working on it. But so there's a method to my madness. Because like, I might even end up putting the demo together and just being like, ugh. But honestly, I think it's starting to feel good. And I'm like happy that it's like starting to be a cohesive thing. Cocoa nuts. Very nice cat emote. I like the kitties. Making things pretty are fun though. That's, I think, the problem that I've had is I'm just enjoying doing the pixel art and like animating and stuff, but it eats up so much time. Like, I took forever to make this rug yesterday. And the thing is I initially made it too small, and I had to like make it twice. So I basically made this rug twice yesterday, and I was like, fuck, why did I take so long to make this damn rug? But I'm glad I did, like, flesh out the idea. I'm happy with it, but it's still like, damn, son. I'm a mess. You want to see if a game concept is worth sacrificing all your time to make? Just getting a demo out can help to see that. Yeah, exactly. But so the whole point of this game for me, this is like my debut as a C++ game dev. You know, I've made games in the past in like Flash and stuff. I have a whole like Flash history. I spent a decade professionally making Flash games for people. But like, this is the first time I've made a game completely with my own art, my own vision. And, you know, in terms of technically, I've made hundreds of games. But it's like the aesthetic part is, for me, what's underbaked. Because I when I was working on client stuff, they always had artists and stuff doing all the stuff, and they'd feed me the stuff. And I like would, you know, sometimes I'd open the stuff up in Photoshop and I'd have to like cut it or do something to like make it work. But like, I was never making all the subjective design decisions. And so that's why I've taken extra time to just kind of like play and experiment and grow. So it's like I kind of needed that evolution. So, but in regards, like in a vacuum, the getting to that point of demo is like taking too long. In regards to like when I produce games in the future, I will never take this much time to get to a demo before I try to beautify it. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be the first most important thing. The demo has got to be fun. It has to prove itself as a viable thing first, instead of like what I'm doing now, which is like I'm trying to like in a secondary sense, make it look cool. Try to have like a marketable look first. Figure that out. Then go into like making the functionality fun. And so it'll be interesting to actually get into the full game cycle completed and to start really playing with how to make the game more fun and make it viable. Like, I think the game is viable. I just don't know how much. Okay, that's too soon. But I'm also like still in the point where I'm still reworking stuff. You know, like doing this whole hideout scene here, like your home base. It used to be this big old like season wheel for the minimap between levels. And when I started to code it, it wasn't until I started coding it that it didn't feel right. And it was because when I was like putting a character on that little wheel on the minimap and having him run around, it just didn't feel like I wanted it to feel. And so then I was like, okay, then I'm going to make this home base where you can just kind of freely roam. Even though it's like a tiny little like bubble, you know, like a little circle, it's still more freedom than the minimap gave. And it's really just a place where you kind of, you know, you load up on the cards you need, maybe get some lore if you want, and then you like carry on into the actual game. So it's just a way station. Nothing too intense. But just having this like simple like way station is complicated. Lots of little animations. We're going into this bad boy. Like, I gotta make the candles flicker. I gotta make Gant's, like, magic flame on the back of his head move. I even thought about making him, like, read a book or something. I already animated the book, the grimoire, so that's good to go. Animated the fireplace, so that's good. It's funny because it's like, it's taking a tremendous amount of effort just to have this simple scene where you like come into this little base and you have like a few things to interact with. And it's really not like this big area. It's really pretty minor, and it's still like a huge investment of time. But I knew that it, like, functionality wise was going to work based on like what I had done with the wheel and knowing that this is like the stronger direction. So it's just a matter of like, right now, like, this is the type of thing where it all comes down to aesthetics. Like, it's got to feel cozy. It's got to be a decent payoff for what it is. And it also solved the problem of like, because I want to have like dialogue, like RPG style dialogue in the game, but I don't want to make people have to read it. You know, so it's not going to be interjected into the gameplay. It's going to be here at the home base and in the Chamber of Seasons, where you can actually see the NPCs just chilling and you can go talk to them, or you can just ignore them and walk right past them. That's your choice. That's, you know, however type of player you want to be. Maybe you're a reader, maybe you're not. So it can just kind of like work for any type of player. But I'm engineering this project in such a way that, thanks for hanging, I am, is the base inside the tree character. It's the tree itself. And, you can see, this is actually the tree spirit right here. And then you're going to be like a little free floating spirit in this little base. And here we can actually save out a version of it and put it in the game. Do a little build. I still haven't fully fleshed out I haven't built the little sprite that you'll be. So it's like currently like a little temporary, like just green flame essentially. Let's give a game a build. Do a little compile. While that's building, I'm almost done with this, at least the top stone part. I might already be done actually. there's any outline stuff. So once I add the portal part, there will be additional highlights on the rocks. I do probably need to still add some of these some dark lines. Okay, so here, let's turn off the game. It's the current iteration of like the music. So I did change the fonts on the menu here, so it's a little bit more legible, and I dig it. I also put in a more high-res logo, which goes against kind of the pixel art thing, but I think it's like for the logo, I think it might be okay. And this is like the current iteration of like the theme song. And then pseudo intro. I need to like fade out the menu. So then we'll do like an intro scene here, and then after that happens, it'll fade out. And then go into the hideout, which I have this current song playing, Big Toe, which is what I call it. I don't think this is going to be the hideout song. It's just a song I'm working on. Yeah, I gotta replace the front wall image, so it's a bit off. It's like we're gonna make it so you like run through the pots and they break, and there's like the crystal ball where you can talk to character. I think this character is gonna be a little bit taller, but maybe not too much taller, because I kind of want to make the tree spirit feel like he's a large dude. So I kind of like this scale of like you're like kind of maybe just slightly taller than this flame, but you're still kind of like this little dude, and then the tree guy's kind of this huge dude. And there'll be like piles of books around. Not, you wouldn't interact with it, it'll just visually be there. And so yeah, you teleport into the middle, and then you'll be able to kind of run around and do stuff in this little base, and then enter the portal when you want to go to like the game. So it's just kind of like a chill little spot. Nothing big, not a major area. But gonna try to make it nice. But that's kind of what it's getting at. What we're building towards here. Yeah, that song I'm still working on, but I'm not sure like if it's even going to go into the game, if any of the songs I've made are going to go into the game. I'm just starting to work on learning FL Studio and just making progress with all that. Because the more games I make, or the more songs I make, the more comfortable I get with FL Studio. And just when it comes to making songs, it's a creative, subjective process, and I'm really just waiting to like find that right vibe that's gonna work. So, and I'm kind of like partway between symphonic and then like kind of a lo-fi sound. Just trying to find that right balance. Yeah, but writing music for the game has definitely been one of the harder things because it influences the vibe so much. And initially I really wanted to do something that was like really symphonic based, but I'm finding it to be quite a learning curve to be putting together a symphony of sounds. Initially, I wanted to do something like really medieval, and so I haven't really like gone down that route enough. So I think it's possible like what I released in the demo will be like different in the final game. Different from what actually ends up in the game, because like I'm still just going to be experimenting and allowing myself the possibility for change in case it doesn't hit right. And because of my iterative process, I don't really know till I just make it and feel it out. All right, let's create the portal. It's good enough. Looks great. Thanks, Red. Portal. Portac. No portal. What's up, Magnus? Hello. Bonjour. You're making rotating vortex? Yeah, I'm making the portal open. And I didn't storyboard this or anything. I'm just kind of going for it. And by kinda, that's basically what I'm doing. No kinda about it. I do have a vision in my brain, but it's just like a swirly mass coming together. Making another masterpiece. How are you going today? Doing today? It's a portal to the Jade City. What's up, Pixel? Yeah, just trying to get the portal look. Nature-based magic here. So it's all green. What's up, Sapo? Hydrate. Okay. Hope you're having a good day, Sapo. Me day very good. Good. Very good. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. True Play, what's going on? Sorry, I didn't read this earlier. How you? You been so hot in your room today in the UK? There's a heat wave. Damn. Got them summertime vibes. I've kind of been locked in with my focus here. Apologies.
Come on.
DZ, thanks for the follow. Welcome.
Come on.
Samurai, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Deep Focus stream. Today I'm hyper focused. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Just watching good weather today. Why am I not outside? Because I'm drawing a portal. Because I'm a madman. That's why everybody knows I'm crazy. Just putting dots. Popping dots. Dot popping. Why go outside when I could just be popping some dots? A dot here. A little dot there. It's not a big thing. But it's a cool thing. Portal to a better place. Question is, why aren't you outside? Here you are watching Twitch. Ah. Never thought I'd ask that question. Did you? You could be outside getting sunburned. Getting skin cancer. As is your right. Mm-hmm. Be outside getting hit by a bus. I mean, come on. Sky's the limit. Literally, if you go beyond the sky, you will suffocate and freeze in space. But if you come out of the stratosphere and you have no parachute, you would just fall straight to the earth and become human pancake. So many things to do. So many sights to see. Moments before you're a pancake. Ah. Because inside is always better than outside. I just came back from work. Ooh, I see, I see. Very nice. I've just been having myself a nice focused work session today. Just trying to make progress on this portal. Progress on everything. Sometimes it feels good to hyper-focus on little things. Not stress about all that must be done on the grand scale of which it is truly grand. Too much to get done. So we do what we can, and what we do, we do with care. I'm just Bob Ross in this stream. Just chilling. Just keep coming up with more and deeper, ridiculous ideas. Dare I? Dare I? Nah. I think this is pretty good. Got ourselves a nice little fireplace. And then, when you're ready, you walk up on that thing and you say action button. Portal time. Oh, we did it. It's a portal. Animate going through the portal. That's gonna have to be some sort of portal transition, huh? Because there'll be like the character walks into the portal, but then I could do like a page wipe of you like going through the portal. Because obviously, like, just walking through the portal, the character just walks up to it and that's it, you know? And then whatever transition. Will I animate it in reverse? You mean like closing back up into a fireplace? I was just thinking about whether I should do that. I was kind of thinking it's a one-way street. Once you open the portal, it just stays open until you're ready to leave. Because, I mean, I could just, like... I could also just reverse the frames easily, like starting from, like you're doing this, and then, can I play in reverse? I guess it would be easy enough just to reverse it like that. It works pretty good as a reverse animation too. Since I don't have to do anything, then yes, I will allow you to turn it off. If it required further work, I was like, no, we got to make progress. That does look pretty sick though, like turning back into the fireplace. Oh, magic. You expected some effect that portal activated teleport player? Well, I mean, it teleports you into the chamber of seasons. So you just like, you will teleport into another room, but there will probably need to be like page transition possibly, or just a jump cut. But I think transition will probably be more fun. But I don't want to like be too time wasting with a lot of these transitions because I'm already worried about that. Because I'm using it as like a way to just stitch these screens together. Because a lot of times I've seen a lot of games where they, you know, it's like when you open up the like a store or these other side things, they just basically overlap the screen that you're already on. But on mine, it's like totally fresh screens each time. So I don't know, but this looks pretty decent. I'm gonna take a little full shot of this and we can like see what it will look like in context as well. Depends on how much time you want to invest in it. Yeah, it's true. I gotta like pick and choose the like I'm already spending so much time on all of these like animations that it keeps pushing everything back in a sense, because I'm not like, I didn't do a production like estimation of everything. I just like decided what I want to do and I'm doing it, and I'm just hoping to hopefully get it in somewhat of a timeline. What's up, Observer? How you doing? Look at the portal. I just made the portal. Animation. Do you want to go into the portal? Do you desire to take part in interdimensional travel? You dig it? Let's go. How long did this take? I feel like this alone probably took around like 25 hours. Something like 25 hours to fully flesh this idea out of like a fireplace that animates and then turns into a portal. Was it worth it? Nearly half a week's worth of work. I like it. I'm going as fast as I can, guys. So here it is in context when you'd be like in the home base hideout. Yeah, good old hideout. Oop. Put the hand. Give me the hand. I suppose we could just save it out, put it in the game. We can test. We can run around in the game. I didn't spend a ton of time like on the top of the arch because I don't think it doesn't really show up too much. Come on. Goody, thank you for the follow. All right, so let's check it out. And there will be some in-game music, so I will pause it on the Spotify. I'm still working on the title screen. It's still a work in progress, all right? So it's all fucked up. So don't worry about it. Just know that it's the bare bones and it's necessary. This isn't going to be the real song. This is just what the song that I have that I've been toying with. I'm not sure if I do like the grass in the middle. So I may play with a stone instead. Stone look, or I don't know. But maybe I do just need to embellish the grass a little more to give it a little bit more oomph. Of course, more stuff will be like animated, you know, like the candles, Gant's flame on his head, and I do need to put a shadow beneath the grimoire. So it'll be like more alive, you know? Won't just be all static like this. No engine, fewer weird problems later though. Let's go, Goody. Well, thanks for stopping by, man. One issue, how a player will know that fireplace can turn into a portal. When they walk by it, they're gonna get an indicator that there's an action button thing. So it's gonna be like whatever your button is mapped to for action, which I don't know what it's gonna be. It might be like spacebar or like E. E is actually a pretty common action button. So then like when you go by, you'll see like a little E in the corner of your screen or something. And so then you'll be like E, or if you're on a controller, it'll be like whatever button I make it. And so then you'll know. But if you remap it, it'll be whatever that respective button will be. Then you click it and it'll open up. And there's going to be action buttons that show up when you go by Grumps here, just everything. So yeah, should be a clear indication. One thing that I'm probably going to work on tomorrow on my off stream time, I mean, is designing this sprite that I'm going to do instead of this little like flame, which is all like blown up, like super big. It's all blocky. I need to make like an actual representation of Gant in spirit form. And I'm going to like give him no legs, so he just floats around. So basically it'll be a lot easier to animate. So I just have to make it look cool and then give him some like, as he like runs around, maybe like he'll lean or something, but nothing too crazy. So it'll be easy to animate. We can get through it, get back to like getting this entire demo on track. One thing I wanted to do today on stream was create a few more ceramic pots that we could break. But I find myself a little out of steam at the moment. Oh yeah, I gotta fix the wall too. I gotta like resave like the wall graphic that covers the front because it's all fucked up here. And then I actually have to put in the logic so that you can't like leave the little abode Because right now you can explore into the nether. But anyways, so yeah, I don't want to like, I don't think that's the proper song for the home base, because it's not quite ready to be something that's like hyper repetitive. And I'm also still working on the parts. Like I don't know, I need to do more to that song. That isn't it. It's just one of the 2 songs I have created right now that I don't even know if I'm going to use it for the game. It's such a cozy vibe. I'm a wish list. Thanks, man. Well, here's the Steam link. Sorry, I'm pretty late with this. I may use that song in some capacity, or maybe I'll just change the parts around and it'll work for that part. But I'm just gonna be like trying to write a few more tunes. Oh, thanks, Goody. Yeah, cool. I just want to like make sure I didn't leave you in the lurch. So I'm just gonna be writing songs whenever I feel inspired to do it, and try to come up with like as many sort of little tunes I can, and then pick from the best of those. So the music is going to be changing wildly in the game, and there'll also be the option to just turn the music off, you know, like turn the volume on it all the way down. So for those that want to hear the music that I produce, but I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick and possibly grab a snack. And I know that that's going to give me more energy to go, like stay on. And I need to like make the breakable pots, at least make the ones that I created, just animate them breaking. And then I'll call it a day. I'm trying to be more like stay firm to the goals that I set for the day, so that I make sure that I'm making steady progress towards what I'm trying to do. But this is certainly coming together. I think it's a lot farther along at this point than the wheel was, because the wheel I had like a lot of the graphics done, but I didn't really have the cut done. I didn't really have it ready to animate too much. And if you guys remember that little pop-up window that I made for the wheel, we're still going to use that, but it's going to be used on the chamber room. So that's the other room that we have to start creating. It should be a bit of an easier room, hopefully. Just because like the hideout has like a bunch of like little animated bits where the chamber of seasons will just have like, it will have animated stuff, but it shouldn't be as big of a deal. But okay, I'll be right back. Bathroom time real quick, and I'm gonna grab a snack. So be back in like about 5 minutes with some snacks, and then we'll snack it out and then work on breaking that pot. Ceramic pot breakage, so I can add the achievement breaker of pots into my game. Every game should have that. All right. I wonder what snacks I will bring. All right, BRB. I'm back and I got snacks. And I remembered to put the laundry in the dryer. Pretty good, pretty good. So I just got a bowl of cottage cheese with some fruit, a muffin, and a glass of almond milk that I might have some Oreos too. Just really snack it out. Why don't we just hang by the fire while we eat? Maybe for music that loops a lot, it'd be better to just do something without a lot of beats. Because I think like a song with perhaps an addictive beat is something that draws you in. But if it's a song that's meant to be played for more than just a few minutes, perhaps trying to make it vibe without a beat is the way to go. Or like a subtle, very subtle hint of timing. So this week, we have got to get the hideout up and running. Now that we got the fireplace done, it's really not going to be too bad to add the rest of the stuff. What's up, Matrix? Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. I think after I snack out, I should have enough energy to like to produce those breakable pots. We got to do. I'm just gonna do it. It's not gonna be hard to just do like 2 more random pots, and then we'll break them. And that animation honestly shouldn't be too bad. Why would you make pots just to break them? Because I don't know, but like when I'm playing games like Dark Souls or like Wizard of Legend, and there's a pot to break, I like to do it. Like I personally enjoy like random destruction, and I think I'm going to do something similar like they do in Wizard of Legend, where every now and then, probably like 2% of the time, you'll get like a gold coin out of it. So like I'll make it so that basically when you come back to the hideout, it's either going to be at the start of the game or after you've gotten a game over. So I figured when you come out of a game over, it's just a great way to kind of relieve tension. You can go around breaking pots, maybe get a gold out of it, or something like that, you know? Like, I think it's significant because it's going towards helping you to mitigate your stress. Even my own home. Yeah, I like to run around my own home and just break everything that's breakable. Constantly. Obviously. Starting with the computer. Making a fireplace defense game? How'd you know? Have you guys seen the portal? It's not just a fireplace. It's a portal. Yeah, I mean, I just want breakable pots. And I think after I'll make like an achievement after you've broken like 50 pots or something. You'll get like the achievement of breaker of pots. Come
on.
Tasty fruit. I've just carbs and sugar and stuff to pump myself up right now. Pot breaker. Thundering, what's going on? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Okay, now for the blueberry muffin. Just a blueberry muffin. Pretty cheap style grocery market muffin here. Gets the job done. which I will eat with a fork so I don't get all buttery. Yeah, custom engine in C++. So what we're going to work on next is the, we got to work on these pots. Make like 2 more style of pot, maybe 3. Just ceramic pots of some sort. Doesn't matter, just they kind of, whatever works. Some short and fat, medium size, whatever. And then we'll animate breaking them. And then, I'm going to be adding piles of books, like a few piles of books. So I have to do that. And then I have to animate the candles flickering, his head flickering. The book's already animated, although the stand needs a shadow. Need a bit of a shadow there. And then I'm still on the fence about what I'm going to do about this. Because after putting the new rug in, I'm not sure if this is working for me or if I want to go with it and then do the wildflower thing, or if I'm going to do either stone instead of the grass, or other words, the like just another rug, like a circular rug. Or I could just get rid of all of it and then just have like, you know, wood floor in the middle. But I kind of like it that you start in like a little garden in a way. You could almost get rid of the platform, but I like the platform too. Few people do this. Doing the old custom engine thing. It is, I've come to know that it is very peculiar. And it's not even the engine that like slows me up. It's all this damn art. Like for the game right now, I'm working on this title screen. And like I gotta fade in make the menu like fade in all nice. And add like rollovers to these text buttons that I'm working on. And I'm not even sure if this is the layout I want to use. Like if I want it up in the corner. I tried it in the lower corner and I didn't like it as much, but maybe because I didn't tint it the right color. But I'm not so sure about the tree at this angle. Like I'm thinking of putting like more trees or doing something more for this. Because just seeing just the top of the tree like this is kind of not, it feels like not enough to me. I like the mountains and the look of the stuff in the background. It's just the tree itself. I may like raise it up or something and figure it out. Maybe add more trees on the sides. But it's like I got to like make the fade out happen on this side and all this stuff I got to work out. It's not a big deal. Just got to do it. Just got to make it happen. All in due time. I've just been slacking on the text button stuff because I was working on this new rug I put in. Took forever to do all like the hand-drawn detail on it. Any SDL3, well, I looked into it and I actually made like a conversion of my project into SDL3. And then I was struggling to import I think the image class or something. because they didn't have the same linkage files as the prior one, and I didn't know how to compile those or make those. And I also noted that like the TTF class wasn't ready, or at least I wasn't able to get it to import. So anyways, through like compiler configurers, I just decided I'm not going to go with SDL3 on this. But I was already, the only reason I was even flirting with the idea was because like I saw there was a stable version out, and I just spent a day like kind of converting the code and just seeing what all the changes were like. And then when it came to compiling it, it didn't really work. I kind of worked on it for like an hour or two, and then I was just like, whatever, I'll just stick with SDL2. I've been doing it up to this point anyways. And I've never released an SDL2 game, so I want to get that done, you know? But I know that when I switch it over to SDL3, that it's going to be like pretty easy to use the same code base, because the changes are not like all that drastic. You know, there's some name changes and stuff, a little bit of stuff that's changed around. That's not like, it's not a big deal. So I'll just like freshly convert it. But for this game, it's going to be released with STL2. I'm not going to worry about it. I was too lazy to try to figure out the linkage errors. And I don't love using bleeding edge stuff because there's not guaranteed stability. Even though I've heard that it's pretty stable, but still. It's like, I like it that STL2 is like on its last leg. You know, they're starting to like phase it out. That means it's like maximum power for what it can do. And sure, SDL3 has like new powers, but it also has a potential to be broken in certain regards. So I'd rather go with this, something very stable for my release. And then next game, I'm probably going to go SDL3 because let's fucking do it. But like this time around, I'm just like too lazy to just do it. I don't know. I tried, guys. I was lazy. Because I heard there's like a way to like make the linkage files and stuff you need. No, I don't need any of the features. I just wanted to be current. That was the only reason. SDL2 does everything I need, because everything I do is pretty low tech. Everything I do is based on like, you know, just more like the art and the presentation. And I haven't gotten super advanced with my effects, you know? Like I don't do shaders and I'm not going crazy with stuff at this point, because I tried learning like OpenGL a little bit, made a demo for that. That's insidiously complicated. And I was like, nope, that's not going in this game either. I have a particle engine to do some like kind of particle effects, like smoke and like sparks and glowy stuff, but no like advanced shaders or anything. And I don't think it's necessary for this game, you know? Yeah, toolchain problems. It was, I like copped out because I was like, there's a way to fix this and it's probably like not that big a deal. But so after I couldn't figure it out for a few hours, I'm like, I need to get back to producing the game. Like I can't, like I was telling myself this would be nice to have, but it's not like gonna make or break. And if it didn't just like basically work well for me right out of the gate, I was just like, fuck it. Let's spearhead and forward and like make stuff happen, you know? So, I mean, you could see I was experimenting with SDL3, I experimented with OpenGL. Like, I have days where I just like to kind of goof off and like learn stuff. But truth be told, I can't do that anymore. It's time to get this fucking demo out. We gotta stop messing around, guys. We gotta get it done. 12 years of technology. I can feel the sugar giving me energy. That's why I'm getting hyper all of a sudden. We're gonna use all this energy, focus it into breaking pots. And I bet you it'll take like 20 minutes. It's going to be like super quick. If we're going like super renegade, like if we get the ceramic pots done like really rapidly, then I want to do the animations for Gant's head or Grump's head, and then also the candles flickering. Just a little side animation. Another animation that'll go like really quick. And if we want to go extracurricular, we could do like a little animation for the crystal ball. Because I did make it, like I drew it in such a way so that, here, let's just go to it. Oh shit. I drew it in such a way that you could take it off the thing. So I figured it could like float up and like do something. I don't know. Maybe like the little tablecloth like flaps a little bit in the wind. Maybe the candles blow out or something. Or like blow hotter. Like you're casting a divination spell. But yeah, I'm trying to like, my big like programming goal this week is just get the title screen done. Doing the same thing with Box 2D in my game. Let's go. For the next one, add the features you need and test them. Yeah, like it's not gonna be I do want to push the envelope a little bit in terms of like my understanding of, you know, with the engine and all that. But for this one, it's like just getting kind of the basics going. 12 years of technological advancement down the drain. The thing is I'm going to get there. I'm eventually going to be using SDL3. I know that. And I'm just not going to be an early adopter. That's fine. And OpenGL, like I would like to use shaders as well for the next game. But this game, I already have enough to worry about to get things done. But I think like before I even start the production on the next game, I'll do some OpenGL studies or pick something more user-friendly than OpenGL, perhaps? Because there's other options than OpenGL, right? I might pick something that doesn't drive me insane. Or I might just go OpenGL, because I'm kind of crazy. Their whole other field of study. I mean, I know. But for the horror game, I'm thinking it'd be nice to have like a lighting, some sort of lighting effect, but like that doesn't necessarily have to be a shader. Like honestly, the way that I want to build the horror game, I don't even necessarily need shaders probably. So I might even talk myself out of it. Because I have to like really need it. Because like you say, it's like it's a real big undertaking. And I know because I worked like 12 hours on this like OpenGL demo. And I got it working. But I couldn't modify it. Like my understanding of it was so like minimal. Like if I can make a demo of something and then immediately just like look through the code and then start making modifications and seeing the changes happen, then I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to use this. But when I did that with OpenGL, stuff was like just not working like I expected it to. Okay, I'm not going to have Oreos. I've had enough sugar. Let's break some pots. Thank you, Fireplace. You've done great. Maybe I should try to save this out first, though. So one thing we have to do for sure is, okay, if we hide the background and let's do a trim, we'll create the sprite sheet for this, see how gnarly it is. Let's save as version 8, and this one will be trimmed. And then I still need the BG. Actually, the only thing I need is the floor in the foreground here. So here, let's duplicate this. And then all we need is I think just this much of the floor. Let's see where that glow goes. Yep. So we just need that floor for the blending on this, because as you know, like, layers don't, the blend modes don't really translate. Okay. Now let's save out the sprite sheets. We're going to go for 2 rows. Let's see. Or, let me see, what do I want to do? 12, 10. We'll do it like that. Look at how pretty it looks. Look how pretty. You don't think you've used SDL2 since it was almost brand new, so I didn't even know where would be a 3 until just now. Yeah, they've been working on 3 for a while, and there's even games that are out that are already using it, I believe. And I'm sure it's going to be great for cross compatibility, but I think for what especially for what I'm doing, that I'll be able to do SDL2 pretty well. They kind of blew my mind. Oh, the shaders blew your mind. You wasn't trying to dissuade me. You're just expressing how much they surprised you. Well, you know, I already did the initial study on OpenGL, and it's I can already grasp how difficult it's going to be just from that experience. And so it's not that you're dissuading me, observer, it's that I was already on the fence about it because of that experience. So is what it is. All right, nice, beautiful sprite sheet. Thank you very much. All right, let's hide the fireplace portal. Bring it back to the cozy look. Okay. Now, We need to create some pots. Say this is version 24. Shaders can be easy if you know a shader guy, which I do not. X or Dev on Twitter X does some wild stuff in shaders. What do you enjoy most about C++ so far? Sorry, I had to clear my throat. What do I enjoy most about C++? Well, I don't know. I'm getting into like the maps. I like iterators. I like, I'm getting used to like the header and implementation sort of mindset, you know, which is, it's kind of interesting to be assessing classes in like two parts like that. Yeah, I mean, it's all pretty good. It's not like, I feel like everything that I'm doing in C++ is like I would do it in other programs, except it's more complicated. You know, like for instance, with vectors, like I of course prefer vectors over arrays because they can be dynamically changed, right? But when I'm going to clear an array, I noted that like the clear doesn't always work perfectly. And if you want to guarantee that memory gets freed when you clear a vector, you have to swap it with an empty vector to basically like null out the original memory. So it's like you want to truly clear a vector in like real time, you know, something you're doing rapidly, you got to swap it with an empty vector. Like that's kind of like hackish to me, where like, you know, stuff like shrink to fit or clear seem like they don't necessarily always get honored necessarily. I mean, it seems like clear always should be, but it's like it'll clear the vector and it'll show you that it's empty, but then like the memory won't get cleared because it just marks it like, oh, it can be like freed. But then like I have a little bit like control issue, like trying to force the matter. I like how fast it is, and generally how it gives me like the power that I had as like a Flash developer. It's just a little bit more complicated, but the fact that it can give me that strength, those abilities again, makes me happy. So it's worth it. So if that makes sense. So I like it. It's a low level language, you know, of course, you know, there's going to be more like screws to turn to like make this shit happen, and that's just how it goes. That was a blind spot for me. You didn't realize until a Python dev asked me about it to split header implementation is different. It makes sense. I'm trying to think what else I like about it. I don't know, like it just works for me. Like once you get used to it, it just does. As long as it can do the things that I need it to do, I don't necessarily mind the more complicated build. Like even for instance, you want to erase something from a vector. You have to, and you're like iterating through the vector. You have to be like, all right, I'm at like index C1, and it's like there's 5 items in the vector. You erase 1. Now you have to stay on the 1 index, because now like what was 2 has now become 1 because you erased it. you erased the old one, and so 2 has now become 1. But like in any other like coding language, I swear they like work that out for you. And I've never had to do anything like that in a vector or an array in my life. And I was just like, damn, dude, everything's so by the book in C++. It's crazy. But no, I like it. I like that it gives me the power to make games just like I used to in ActionScript. And oh my God, that's not correct. Oh my God. Oh, it is correct. No, it isn't. Oh, it is. It is. It is. Okay. It's because of this. This, bro. That's not correct. Let's get this all cleaned up here. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, all right. All right, that's more correct. I have to design some more pots. Let's see. Should I just make some up, or should I look at like pots to break? I'm just eyeballing this, baby. While you're resting, you're playing a very boring phone game because you want to learn what their mid-game experience is. Like, game dev is stupid. How did you make the conclusion that game dev is stupid just because you want to like find out the mid-game experience for a phone? Is it because you're playing it just as a game dev trying to like discover and learn something from it, and so you're playing something you really don't want to play? Is that what's happening? And that's why you hate life? It's obviously very important that we all understand what you're going through right now. Yeah, okay, got it. darkness. Most phone games are busy work that tries to get you addicted. It's like its own fascinating little field of research. I can give you some examples if it's not too boring. What, of games that are like hopelessly addictive, that are mobile games? I mean, I don't know, like people who play, it's not like a ton of people who love mobile games, but I mean, of the older generations, I would say, I'm sure people have like one or two that they're into. It's the younger generations, the little kids, that like they have like a console or something, but something they always have is their phones. And the phone is like now like the Game Boy, you know, where we used to have actual like Game Boys and Game Gears, and even little handheld, like one-off, like black and white little games. Kids nowadays, that's their phone. Their phone is their Game Boy. But like at the same time, like, you know, most kids will get like a Switch, and that is kind of like a Game Gear, you know? So it's even like now their Game Gears are basically full-size consoles, and even mobile games are just like, it's just ridiculous how much choices they have now. It's literally out of control. Look at this pretty little pot we're gonna break. We just got ourselves a little cute little pot here. We're just gonna break it. Got cute little pots here. We're gonna break them, bust them up. We don't give a shit about any of these pots. You're gonna get busted. I think this pot's laughing at you. I think it's egging you on to break it. I should probably neutralize the lighting. So like on this one, I put the lighting as if it was a highlight coming from the left. But I think I'm gonna want to put like center lighting on these things so that I can place them kind of around the room. Or I could give them an angled lighting, knowing that they're always going to be on either side of the room. Like I don't necessarily intend to put them in the center, but I suppose I could just like maybe off center and it'd be fine. It would still look relatively feasible. Kind of depressing, to be honest, Sapo, what, that kids have like an intense amount of technology. No craps given. What are you researching as a game you have to pay for? Like, I think that if you're making games free to play and you're trying to like inject it with ads or like get something out of the person, like it's going to be, no matter what, any way you swing it, unless you literally are just giving it for free with no intention of ever getting anything out of it, which is like nobody, it's like a predatory thing. I see free games as like predatory, especially when it's like meant to be towards kids. It's not this, it's generally, I don't know. I certainly am not interested in going like mobile. Like if I ever made a mobile release based on one of my games, then it would just be a one-off. Like you'd pay the like upfront cost for it, and then it'd be yours, and that's it. No like additional fees. Which means, to make that make sense, I'll never do like live service games that have where I have to run servers. You know, like I'm not going to do like a multiplayer game, because the only way to really succeed at like a multiplayer game is to have the lobbies filled with people. And the only way to fill it with people is like make it free and then get a bunch of hype and then keep the hype going. And unless you're like massive, you know, like looking at like Marvel Rivals succeed is really interesting, because like how are they doing it? The game is free, right? But then like people, they're like getting these top artists to make all the skins and stuff. And so making people super into wanting to get the skins. And they're always like releasing new skins, and people are like, oh, I gotta see the new skins, yada yada. It's just kind of like, how long does that novelty, like how long does that really pay off for people? I just want to have like a very straightforward, like medium-sized game. You pay up front for it. It's a fun game loop, something that an independent person can create, but it's going to give you like as much entertainment as you want out of it. You could play it for as long as you want, basically, because it'll be like a dungeon run or whatever, like those kinds of games. Like even this game, you can just play it as many times as you want, but it will be kind of limited because it's going to be a little bit based on the stuff you can unlock. And once you've unlocked everything, you're not going to have a lot of incentive to continue playing the game. And I already know that. But that's okay. You know, this is meant to be kind of like a smaller game, you know, like a game with like a light at the end of the tunnel, even though there's not like, it's not going to be like super clear cut, like linear. But in a sense, there will be kind of a linear part of it in terms of the storytelling. But like, anyways, I digress. Like, this is going to be probably the most low-key game that I make. The next game I'm going to be making, with the horror game, there's definitely going to be like blood and gore, and it's going to be more oriented towards older players, like with that intention mostly. It's not going to be like this game. I'm going to try to keep it relatively like G-rated in a sense, where I'm not going to be using blood and guts, no gore, no bad language. Just try to keep it kid friendly, even though I don't think a kid would play a deck builder necessarily. Just because it's like, for this game, it feels unnecessary to do all that. But for the horror game, there's going to be blood and guts without a doubt. There's going to be some gore. There's definitely going to be just like adult themes, basically. But this one, I'm kind of doing it with the spirit of like arcade, you know? Phone games are big on fake multiplayer. You fight other people, named equipment, load out, but run locally on the phone, that sort of thing. So you have like dead internet style gaming. The thing that I love about like doing the single player thing, like creating single player games for people to play, is that it's like me as the developer am creating like an experience for like you as a singular person. You know, it's not like a game that you play and it gets all competitive and people are like being toxic and trying to be the best and blah blah blah. Like, you can do that in my games, but like you're just playing against yourself, and there's not like any toxicity whatsoever. That's one of the reasons why I'm just not that interested in making multiplayer games, because like, yeah, I used to play like Rocket League, and every game where it's like gets competitive, like, you know, World of Warcraft Classic, like all this sorts of stuff. It's like, there's just this underbelly, this dark underbelly to it. And it's the other players that are fucking dicks. And it like, unless you're hyper competitive and playing nonstop, or, you know, you're like investing a lot of money, whatever it is, it's just like, I want to make products that people will just get rewarded for playing and enjoy, like the experience, a good story, just stuff that like makes you feel good. And you can still be competitive if you want, but it's not like day in and day out, just a constant dick swinging contest. But I think like when I look at reviews of, or like watch videos about Wizard of Legends, how they said like I'm talking about the first one, how they like said why, one of the reasons why it failed, quote unquote, even though it like was pretty successful in its own right. I think one of the things people thought was that it should have been multiplayer, which I think you could like do like local play with it, but like it wasn't really built for multiplayer. Like people seem to want multiplayer so they can be toxic. But I'm just like, just the idea of like trying to like just go down that road of like, all right, we're gonna have competitive and there's ranks and we got to make sure and match you with the right people that are at the right rank, and then we got to make sure the lobbies are filled, and just the whole nightmare of like making it happen just does not seem like it would be fun to do. Like it seems like it would be like the biggest pain in the ass, and then everyone would just be bitching and moaning constantly every time you make a tiny change, and it's like, it's just not my thing. And that's probably why it's gonna have to take like a really good story or something for my games to do really well, because I'm like, I refuse. I'm not gonna make multiplayer. No way, dude. No way. You get toxic, you play Rust sometimes. Like even when I played Rocket League, I'd get toxic for sure. I actually would turn off the chat though, because people would just get like, even when you have limited text options, people find like the most toxic thing and then they just spam it, you know? So eventually I would just like, I didn't even want to hear for the other players. I might as well have been playing like bots, you know? But like at the same time, playing against real players is always more fun, because then the way they play is more chaotic and usually way more intelligent. But like, it's just not what I'm going for in terms of as an indie dev. I do enjoy multiplayer games. Like I think the social aspect of it's like really fun, and there can be good experiences for sure. But it's just not a road I want to go down as a developer. It's gonna be hard enough just trying to make a game that's good in its own right. It's also because I'm just lazy. I'm not like super against it in general. Like if it was really easy to put together multiplayer games and you didn't have to be like worrying about server costs, then I'd be more inclined to take on like the more difficult aspects of it all. But like, you know, if that shit was free, if they paid me money to do it, then fuck, I'd do it. Shit. I'd be stupid not to. The ones that I think are really clever are, and I remember like Observer was pushing this. I actually forget what it was called. So if Observer, you're still here, let me know. But like that puzzle game that people are playing, it's like browser based, and it looks really cool. And I played it a little bit. And I already forgot what it was, but like, you know, I think I saw Grumble the Pugs playing it, and like, yeah, Daily Akari. Something like Daily Akari, where you would like get your score, like your time, you know, and you're like the way Grumble was talking about it, he's just like asking the mod or whatever, whoever had played it, what their time was on like the daily puzzle, and then he was trying to like beat the time. So like that kind of competitiveness and that sort of thing, that's fun, that's cool, you know. But if you're like, if it's like a live like sports style game or something, like I used to play Rocket League, or like I'd imagine, I don't know, just like that live action type of stuff, real-time action stuff is where it gets especially toxic. But ones where you're just kind of like trying to brag about like your time or whatever, like, I don't know, that to me that's actually a good thing, you know? And yeah, Daily Akari is really cleanly built, looks really cool, and I would recommend it for those who want to check it out. Little puzzle action. That's probably the only level of like competitiveness I'd be like interested in really cultivating. I also remember like with Wizard of Legend, I used to play Elvish, thanks for the follow. I used to go into a Wizard of Legend Discord where it was just a bunch of, you know, WoW enjoyers, Wizard of Legend enjoyers, and they would like talk about builds they would succeed with and like ways to like beat the game and stuff. And so there was like a bit of a community around it. And I always thought that was kind of fun and cool. Like, I think there's ways to have communities around games that aren't, that's actually a good thing. All right. Pot number 2. Let's create another pot. So I made like the tall one, the short and fat one. What do I do now? I want to change the outer edge a little bit, give a little bit more roundedness, and I want to darken the outer line a little bit more. Whoops, not with that color. Oh, damn it, I lost the original color. By George. Here we go. Okay. So League, on the other hand, League is made from the ground up to generate bad players and shake them up in a can like a swarm of bees. Just tried without reading anything. Have no idea how it works. You're welcome, fellow artists here, seeing how others create. Welcome, welcome. You do have a question. If I wanted to make a game like in Godot, is there a recommended canvas size for such things as animation frames? You're new to pixel art. So a very popular resolution that you'll find a lot of pixel art games in is 480 by 270. And that's actually the size that stuff like Shredder's Revenge is in. Like a lot of really well done pixel art games. 480 by 270, and that's because it's like a multiple of HD 1920 by 1080. Because if you 400% of 480 by 270 is 1920 by 1080, so that's just why it's kind of a common size. Very generally speaking, of course, 2, 16, 32, 64, 128. It's the size of your sprite depends on just, I think, the ratio of, you know, character to background elements sort of thing. So whether you're using 16, 32, 64, like to me, it's a little bit more, like I don't really think of it in terms of that. Like I never specifically make something like 16 by 16 or 32 by 32. I just make something as big as I feel like it should be, based on the relative context that I've created, starting with the 480 by 270. Initially, when I first started the game, I made everything 960 by 540 and ended up making my sprites like really big, and it was like just kind of funny because it took a lot of like evolution before I realized that it just was not the way to go. Until eventually I came down to 480 by 270. It just made my sprites a lot smaller and got more like retro with it. I was like, okay, so the smaller you make your sprites, the less detail you get to use. You know, that's just how it works. But it worked. It looked good to me. The more kind of like pixely and retro I got with it, the more I was like pleased with the result. And that's how the cookie crumbles. The Castlevania characters don't have eyes because they're too small. That's one of the cool things about pixel art, is that you have to make like strange compromises that like up close, they look like garbage ideas. But then when you put it into context at the real size, you're fooled into thinking, that's like a person walking across the screen. And I think that's one of the special and fun aspects of pixel art. Because you're just trying to like fan the illusion. I think I need to simplify, get rid of these lines. Trying to sit here and come up with these like color variations it just feels pointless. There's no like rhyme or reason to it. You know, it's not like the blue ceramic pot has like something special to it and the other one doesn't. And I have a feeling that all these colors are just going to create unnecessary color clutter that I don't want to have to sort through. So I'm just going to get rid of these little like the little thing here. I'm fucking over it, bro. Like just the pot alone will be enough color accent without it having to have like its own sub set of colors that I'm trying to mix into the environment. Enough is enough. Like it kind of works on this other pot, but like those tall ones, I'm like, no. Keep it simple. Yeah, no problem. Castlevania definitely has a lot of love put into it, and I think it influences a lot of games, especially like platformers. There's just so many Castlevania style platformers out there. But it's hard not to be influenced by even just the art alone, even if you're not like building that type of game. You just want to like make it look like that, you know? Because it's just so good. It's just so damn good. But I say if you're going to copy a style, a game of some sort, or an approach that another artist has already taken, make it your own. Do it, but like take it as far as you can to like replicate what you like about their style, and then do something more with it. That's how you truly become your own artist and find your own way. You start by trying to be someone else, but then once you've come up with your version, your amalgamation of like what that is, you then take it further. As long as I get the general shape down and the tone right, then I don't necessarily have to worry too much about the color because I can just hue shift whatever I animate. I was thinking maybe I'd have one more pot. Maybe something on the front. So I could do like different sets of piles, whether it's like multiple of the same pot or a mix of all three. So what is the final pot? Skinny one? Maybe? Beta with the hydrate. Hello. How goes the pots and knickknacks? Pretty good, pretty good. Here, I'll show you the portal. So as you know, we got our fireplace here. Some fairly nice chill music playing. Very good. I finished getting the portal worked out. It's magic. It is a magic portal. Enter if you dare. Very cozy. I feel like I'm gonna have to bring these pots together color-wise. I think I'm like doing too many counter colors here. It's getting too crazy. They should all roughly be the same color, really, probably. Because it's meant to be just like filler content, you know? Like it's just there to kind of fill up, make it feel like there's more stuff there. And then you break them, you know, and they disappear. So finding some sort of like color that doesn't offend me. So basically, it just can't be too many colors. So I have like kind of a muted color one. Muted color batch. Dares to jump in. Huzzah! What up, Ben? Kind of gives bohemian design. You mean like with the ceramic pots? I just need things to break. Just give me something to break. This is what I come up with. Bohemian style works, I suppose. I mean, honestly, it's like, look at our ombre over here. He's just meditating in the corner. I was thinking of giving him a book so he doesn't just sit there meditating, but he could also just meditate. He is a tree, and trees just sit there for thousands of years, so it just made sense. But still evolving the hideout. All right, it's still coming together. There's still potential changes, lots of potential changes still coming, because I'm still working on the design here. So follow me on my journey as I make shit up. The many color ceramic pots feels bohemian. We got short, fat pot. We have tall pot. We've got tiny, skinny pot. That's it. No other pots. Let's see. You, sir. I wanted to make you like brown, but make you really saturated. And then little redder, kind of bronze-ish. Yes, it will all crack up nicely. The trumpet was sounding familiar. Burping, burping. Just breakable stuff. You really trying to figure out what that trumpet was? Been listening to a lot of actually I'm not sure what we're listening to. This is like we're getting into like we're deep into a mix that I didn't create on Spotify. So it's actually playing a bunch of stuff, but it does look like it's still playing Ghibli stuff. More fringe Ghibli. Yeah. I've just been in like a Ghibli mood today, just very chill, wanting to just get stuff done. Oh, I'm supposed to animate these pots breaking. The ones on the left to be flipped as well. That's the thing, is like these are not flipped. So the lighting would be on the other side. I do still need to put like the stoker and stuff next to the fireplace. And I do want to put other items. Like on the mantle and stuff. I just haven't gotten around to creating what those are. So these pots probably wouldn't end up here in the corner, but it does kind of help like fill it out a little bit. So it's starting to get a sense of like there's more stuff here. I'm also going to put like a nicer looking window up front that's like bigger. So that's going to come. Have to look up windows though. So there's still a lot of little things that are going to be dealt with. But geez, I've been streaming 9 hours. I feel like the last 3 hours just like flew by like crazy. Just sitting here making pots. Let's just break one of these stupid pots. Just one. We'll do this purple one. And we'll bring in the shadow. Position it a little bit better. Copy that. Actually, I guess we'll do two things. Copy this. And then we can copy the frames. Guess I'm gonna have to reposition it after all. Son of the bitch. Draw some pixelated socks and underwear in a pile. They're like in spirit form. They don't need clothes. They're just spirit naked. When the creativity flows, it's awesome. Yeah, true. All right, I think I'll use a similar method to how I broke up that animation for the game over screen, where I literally just took the sections of the art and selected it and moved it. So I'm thinking that way I'll just keep the pieces kind of intact. And then hopefully the chunks I can we'll add a little dimension to them. But initially I'm just going to kind of break stuff. So I have to make it so it's it can be broken from any angle. So I kind of have to make it like a generic angle that is being broken from. So I guess I'll just have it kind of explode in all directions.
Come on!
Hi, Steph. Thanks for the follow. The shambles. It is pure destruction. and natural at destruction. We have ourselves a breakable pot. She's just gonna go around breaking pots. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. What are we at? 9 hours and 40 minutes? By Jeebus. I think I'm gonna call it quits. I thought I could excel and go so much farther, but in my 10 hours, we got the breakable pot. I cleaned up the hideout file. Like I deleted a bunch of like unnecessary layers and consolidated things, making it a lot more organized. So it looks all nice here in the layers, which was really helpful. Added some just touch-ups to actually a little bit of everything. A little glow to the candles. Just lots of little polish. And then, of course, we did the heavy lifting on getting this fireplace done. Getting all the rocks detailed through the transition. And then I completely constructed the portal. So this was the big kahuna today. But I think it worked out really well. I'm proud of what's been done. A lot actually has been done. And I kind of wish that I got more of the pots animated just to be done with it. But it's really like kind of a minor task. I just have to like destroy 2 of them. One of them's even smaller, so that'll even go faster. Is there a technical reason you're doing the fading in the assets? Yeah, because it's easier just to fade it in the asset instead of doing it programmatically. Because if I do it programmatically, then I have to go in and do a check for all the stuff. But if it's just in the sprite and it's a really light sprite, I mean, we're very minimal frames. So it really doesn't cost that much K-wise. It's going to be way less work to just fade it out manually like that than to do it programmatically. Because it's also like a one-off scenario, you know, like I'm not going to be like randomly fading out and getting rid of stuff. It's more of like a unique case. So yeah, definitely not doing it dynamically. There's other stuff that I am fading dynamically, but it's because it's more worthwhile to do so. Because I'm already, you know, doing a lot of dynamic animations for other situations. But yeah, this one for sure. No dynamic. And let me see what else. So this week we're just going to be focused on the hideout. I'm going to try to finish polishing up all the rest of the animations and stuff. It's just we gotta break 2 more of the pots. We've got to do the candle flicker. I've got to get Grandpa Grump's flame flickering, and then I don't know if there's going to be other like little animations and stuff too. I'm sure there will be. I was thinking with maybe the crystal that it would do something, but that would be more like when you interact with it, not necessarily just when it's idling. But I suppose I could potentially do like an idle animation as well. And then I have to add like piles of books around and just do more stuff to kind of round out the rest of the hideout. Very nice. How am I feeling? I'm feeling very tired and like I'm ready to call it quits. And I'm happy with it though. It's coming together. Yeah, one thing that I'm definitely on the fence about is just the grass. Because like if I'm going to stick with the grass, there has to be more to it. Because I just got it there structurally. So I'm going to have to like play with adding more if I want to keep it. Or playing with other things that I might want to do. But that I'm just going to have to toy with. Just do some experimentation. Yeah, like adding little piles of books are going to help. like fill out, make it more look like lived in. There's going to be like the fireplace, like stoker and, you know, the little metal things that you put next to a fireplace. I'd like to put some like pictures or something up on the mantle. Maybe some like Easter egg style stuff. And there's actually like another little thing I'm going to be putting here that I'm kind of keeping under wraps until the last moment when you guys actually just see it. I like to keep a little mystery alive. All right. I know we shit with the bathroom door open now that we've been deving here for a year and a half together, but I still like to keep a little bit of mystery alive. Okay. Good. Glad to hear you're feeling good about it. No, I feel pretty great. And I think it's coming along. This is the new rug that I made yesterday. Took a long time to like put this together, and it's all hand drawn. So it's like not like super pristine, but it gives it kind of like a lived in feel. And I like that. Like everything doesn't have to be super precise. It's like okay to be just a little bit like impressionistic with stuff, as long as it kind of gives you the impression of a rug, and like everything is like, it just doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be like pretty decent, you know? You've been lurking today. You don't know how you stream for almost 10 hours. True. Thank you, True. Yeah, it's actually pretty regular occurrence here. It's because I'm just getting this stuff done, and to officially get it done, this is just how much time it takes. And you all watching me do it. So it's like, hey, you want to do game dev, you want to do pixel art, you better be prepared for like a lot of hours being put into it. But it doesn't help that like I'll do something and then I'll throw it out and then I'll redo it. Like this rug, I initially did it too small. Like it was like a sliver of what it was. And then I like went in and like created like a gray box of it and put it into the game and did more of the blocking, which I should have done from the start. So I didn't waste like 2 hours rendering the first rug and then lost those 2 hours realizing it was too small. But I made it look exactly the same, just bigger. I don't know. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes time just gets wasted, and you just kind of have to like go through the bad stuff and hope that you don't like do any massive time wasters. Like when I made the wheel design and then completely threw it out. I don't think there's any way I can cannibalize it either. Like use it for other things. So I threw it out to do this design instead, which I'm glad, because it's like way less to code and it's going to be a lot more charming and a lot more giving you cozy vibes and just helping you feel like you have like your own little like hideout, you know? I don't know. It's just more of what I want to give in the game than the mini map I had before. So even though I had like put like at least a few weeks into developing the old thing and then just threw it out, like I had to. It was the right decision, because this is just so much more the direction I want to go. So got some organic movement. Yeah, we'll have like the flickering candles, the fireplace will be moving, the I don't know if I'll do like an idle for the book. I was only going to make it like really move when you like actually go to interact with it, to like open it up. But yeah, I'm generally going to try to do some sort of movement to things. And with the pots, you'll just break them. So that'll be some interactivity. But yeah, mainly just want it to look lived in, and it doesn't all have to like move. It just, there needs to be like the piles of books around, and then that with the pots is kind of how I'm going to like fill it out. And then I don't know if I'm going to do any like more Easter eggs. I do want to put like a picture on the wall over here, because this wall feels pretty blank, and I feel like I could definitely put something on there. And on the opposite wall too, and then perhaps across the top of the fireplace. Though it is kind of short, like I didn't put like enough space to put like a big picture or something. So I don't know. I could possibly put a little something, or it's probably better not to unless it's something small, because it's going to have to animate with the arch. And I'll definitely try to put some stuff on the mantle, though. Like some, I don't know, pictures or little knickknacks or something. I hope the mantle's big enough. It's kind of short. I'll have to put like little things there. I could always extend it if it feels like I need to, but I'll probably make it work. I was kind of thinking it'd be cool to like put like little cards like from the deck on the ground or something. Just put it somewhere where there's just kind of cards. Because I know people like they have like card holders and stuff. But I just feel like it'll be more interesting if it's just kind of like some cards like strewn about. And possibly giving Grumps here a book to read. He'll definitely have like a pile of books next to him, and then he might actually be reading a book. Then maybe like an animation of him like flipping the page or something. Same with the 2D Viking game. You keep changing the player character Viking style. Maybe books on the ground. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Piles of books on the ground for sure. There's just going to be like stacks. Probably like maybe like 3 different stacks. And then I'll like just spam those 3 stacks everywhere and then change their colors. Maybe like even just 2 might be enough to convince you that there's like a bunch of different stacks with different color books. And then just however I'm going to work out the middle. It's either going to be the garden like this with the grass and then putting like flowers and like a bunch of wild, like different wild flora there. Or I'm going to make it all stone, or it's going to be a rug. And I feel like the rug has already been played out. Maybe not though. Rug could work. Like it all could work. But I was thinking that maybe having the garden in the middle, if it has more to it than just the grass, it could be cool. So I'm going to start there. And if it feels good, it feels good. Fearsome, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Maybe a statue in the middle. Well, that's where the player like ports in. So no statue. He like ports. That's where you just like start the game. You just like, and then you're just like standing there. So like you're the statue. It's just meant to be like your starting position, really. And I just made this little like platform for it. And then now I'm thinking like the garden. It's cool because like all you'll see is like the garden when you first come in, but then you'll see the wood floor and you'll be like, what the hell is this place? And then you'll start walking around and you'll start to like be able to interact with these things. So it's going to be a small space, but it's going to be give you a taste of like a nice little interactive room that I think over time will evolve too. Like I want to make it so that like each time you come through, their dialogue and stuff will be like a little bit different depending on like the last time you left off, basically. So there'll be a little bit of evolution to it, along with like, you know, your cards in the grimoire will be like expanding, and you'll be able to talk to Marion through this crystal ball, and those dialogues will be different. And same with Grumps here. You'll be able to like talk to him, get some different dialogue. And you'll always be able to break the pots. Might make it so the pots are like slightly different each time in different positions or something. Or like maybe have like 2 or 3 sets of positions and then just cycle those. Yeah. So that's just what I'm going to be doing this week, is like doing everything I can to bring this home. And then we have to start on the Chamber of Seasons by the end of the week for sure. And then once that's dealt with, and that one should be relatively simple because I'm not going to do a lot of idle animations for that one. But it will be, art-wise, it will be more complicated because I'm creating like little terrariums for each like level biome. And I I don't even have like a full design for all the biomes yet. So I think I might just focus on the nature one and then just leave the other ones kind of like boarded off or like fenced off or something, just to get the demo out, you know, save a little time. You like a good interactive room? Yeah, I mean, this is like basically the only one. The Chamber of Seasons will have like a little bit of interactivity as well, but then after that, it's just going to be like the gameplay. So. Well, I guess we're at about 10 hours. I think, I mean, by George, I am spending a lot of time building this game, but I'm making progress and I'm doing cool stuff. Like, no matter how successful this game is, I'm still going to be proud of just all the like stuff I learned as a pixel artist, as a designer, and just like having all these pieces like developed. So it's like next time I go to like make a portal, I will have made a portal, you know what I mean? Like, and I will be able to like kind of take it further. But I'm also kind of like winging it with a lot of these things, like the portal stuff. I just kind of made that up as I went. To be fair though, I did make like portals, this similar type of portal for the wheel that I ended up throwing out. So I kind of already like did make it, but this is the first time I'm making it like really big. But yeah, no, I think it turned out. I like the vibe. So yeah, let's start looking for someone to raid and carry on. I'll be back on Wednesday. I'm working gung-ho until we get this demo out. So however long that takes, we're just going to be on top of it. All right, I'm going to raid someone I've never raided before, and they're doing pixel art. Maybe I have rated her before because I followed her. So I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know if I see her all that often. So anyways, looks like she's doing some Sprite stuff and making a little character, which has pretty decent contrapasta. So Pete, thanks for hanging out, man. Damn, so cool. Thank you. What's up? Appreciate it. So I'll be back on Wednesday. We'll just be continuing to flesh out the hideout and make it as sick as we can. Probably with like, I'll probably start with like all the crumbling ceramic pots and then work on like the candles and just all like the little short animations that are going to go by really quick. And then we'll dive into whatever. Probably the next big thing is like working on the Chamber of Seasons. So that's going to be kind of a big old build, but let's start the raid. Let's do it. We're going to go to Sorcerer's Story. She's doing something in pixel art, and I think she's using Godot with C#. So we got a builder here. Colony Sim. RPG game is what she's building. So yeah. And if you haven't wish listed Woods of War on Steam, check it out. I'm going to copy that link so I can paste it over in her stream. Thank you guys for watching. Let's do our outro music. We always do our outro music, which we have to interrupt this to do the outro music, which you can only hear on Steam. But damn it, where's my YouTube? Thanks for watching on YouTube. Thanks for hanging, guys. Okay, so away we go. It's been a good day. It takes so much time, but like we're getting there. And hot damn. See you guys on Wednesday. Have a good week. Bye.